So does Mignon teach here?
No,
Oh, but you go in and coach with her.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Did you work with Mignon at MSM?
Yes.
Right. That's great. That's great. And everybody knows and it's comfortable.
Yes, with that group of us, like, just really missed that day.
Right.
When we were, like, working with the professors there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We always talk
Very
about
special. Oh.
professors.
So there's a group of MSM here? Other MSM students that are here also? Or no, you just talk on, like, you know.
Yeah, like in gym, we all talk about this, the old days.
That's so amazing.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh.
Yes, I can.
Oh, it's my pleasure. So are you going to be here for this part of it?
Yeah, I will be here for the whole part.
Hello, how are you?
Good, hi.
Hi.
Good. Well, so you're in the collegium. You're working with...
No, it's from Baroque. Well, actually, she didn't work with me at all, but privately, it's a couple.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Oh, that's so fantastic.
Yes.
Good for you.
Thank you.
So proud of you. That's so
Thank you.
Thank you. It's great. Well, I know we may have a small group today. We'll see what this is. I'm Ken.
Hi, Jen.
Nice to meet you too. And are you a singer also?
No, I'm a piano performer.
Piano performer.
Yeah,
Oh.
But I studied before for choral conducting for 7 years.
You did?
Yeah.
Where?
In Russia and Kazakhstan.
No kidding. How fantastic. So you're working on your graduate degree here?
No, actually, I almost finished my bachelor degree in Russia, just 1 year left. And I decided to come here. I started everything from
Good for you. I went to 4 different undergraduate schools.
Oh, really? So you have 4 degrees?
Well, not 4 degrees, but it took me 6 years to get my undergraduate. Because I went to one school where I had a really good scholarship closer to home, and I thought, it's all, the performance level wasn't the thing I wanted to be around. I wanted something that would really make me feel like I've got to climb. So I went to another school, which is a large school, and I loved it a lot. And I had great teachers there at University of Iowa. But then I was invited to be involved in a summer stock theater program. And I worked for them, and they had an opening for a male scholarship the next year, where you do a lot of theater and a lot of other things. So I went to Stevens College up in Missouri for a year, and my piano teacher there was a Juilliard graduate, and she heard me play the organ, the organist. She said, "Honey, you need to go to New York." And it was like, ding! Of course. So I auditioned for Manhattan and Juilliard, and I ended up going to Juilliard for to complete. But it took me, and I don't regret a bit of that. I learned in each place I went. It was so fantastic.
Yeah.
Life's trip. So now you're here.
Yeah, it's so different. So
of course, you're getting used to the
culture and even the system, how teachers teach here, professors are different, the attitude even is different.
Oh, right.
The atmosphere of the culture here is different too. So totally new world for me here.
Sure. Well, welcome to. Is this your first year or second year?
Yes, first.
Oh, you just got here. Wow. Welcome. Yeah, you're gonna do just fine. It's cool. Now, did you, in your training in Russia, were you solfege all the time?
Yeah.
And do we do solfege here?
Yeah.
We do. Fixed or movable?
I think it's changing things. But I was movable my whole day.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Movable?
Why people created
the Juilliard, it's fixed. And
Mine too.
Yeah, so
I've never done
you're moving your own, fixed. I've never done movable.
I think we did a little bit in our oral skill class in MSN.
Yeah, I think it's movable though. That's a big battle. That's a big battle. How could you possibly? Really?
So I think we're going to start probably in 2 minutes or so.
Okay. Good. Yeah, that's fantastic. I'll get up there. So if you guys want to come on down a little further out, Hi there. Thank you for coming.
Sure. I signed with you up in Berkeley. Oh my God.
You.
2 years ago. Smaller.
Wow. Which section were you in?
6 years ago.
So you guys, I'm surprised you didn't show it.
Oh no. Oh, goodness.
come on down, you know, here's where. It's fantastic.
Okay, we're going to start. Thank you for those who come in person. My name is Sean Chen, and I am the director for the Collegium Musicum and also the harpsichord faculty at Cali School of Music. And with Professor Gong, this is our 6th annual Baroque Symposium. And since COVID happens and with the school's support, we are able to share this event online, which I think is more popular than how people can come in person. So I know a lot of people out there are watching. So we have Kent Tritle this year. Many of you are familiar with his work, or if you go to a New York concerts often, you're very familiar with Kent. He's the music director and also organist at Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York City. He's also the music director of the Oratorio Society of New York, music director of the Musica Sacra, and the organist for the New York Philharmonic, the faculty at Juilliard. But that's not where I met him. I met him at a choral workshop at Amherst Early Music. We don't work together either. I co-direct the Baroque Academy, and he has his own workshop. But when I got there many years ago, my husband worked with him, and he came back and said, "Oh my God, Ken is amazing. He's so efficient and effective with his work." And over the years, and it showed that there's so many people that come to Amherst just want to work with him. And I can tell you a little bit also how this all happened and show you how wonderful and easygoing a person he is. This event, we invited him, and it's just a 5 minutes walk from the dormitory we saw each other to the concert that we were going together. And I talked to him, I said, "Oh, Ken, I would like to invite you to our Baroque Symposium." He said, "Oh, I'm so excited." And I told him a little bit. He said, "Oh, I have this idea already. We can talk about the Carissimi and then the oratorio, and then we can talk about how the connection to Handel, Mendelssohn, and then to even the modern music." Within that 5 minutes, not only he said yes to be our special guest, he also already have the lecture title and everything set. That's how amazing the person that he is. So, no more introduced. Let's welcome Kent.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm delighted to be here. Delighted to be with you, and delighted to be with you. And I paid Wen to say everything that she did. So thank you for that warm, warm welcome. We have an hour and a half together here, and what I'm going to be looking at with you, or we will be looking together, is really the world of oratorio. Now, I like to frame this in a couple of ways. On the one hand, there's a lot of, in conservatory training, there's a lot of, for vocalists, a lot of art song, and there's a lot of opera. There actually is this world that, in my humble opinion, doesn't get nearly the kind of attention it should, which is the world of oratorio. Now, broadly speaking of oratorio, and this is, for example, we have an Oratorio Society competition annually for vocalists. We speak of what is kind of stricter oratorio, which I will talk about in a minute. We talk about the broader spectrum. So for oratorio, many times people are actually referring to vocal concert music, generally with orchestra, generally music that is done that is not staged, or it's done with costuming, but that is done in a concert format. And so in that larger arena, we're talking about everything from real stories, oratorios, orations, such as Mendelssohn Elijah, or Carissimi Jephthah, or we're talking about Handel Messiah, which is crossing over, or we might even be talking about Mozart Requiem, even Mahler Fourth Symphony, the soprano solo area. These are things that we would include in that kind of concert music. Now, if we had a year together from this moment, I would go into all of that. I'm very passionate about this. My world has fallen into the world through my work in church music and then my work with choruses, doing lots and lots of these kinds of concert music works. The oratorio, more strictly speaking, is generally a form that was not staged, did not have costumes, and at its inception really came from biblical stories. What happened, we know from our music history courses, I would imagine, something about the Reformation, about Martin Luther and all that he did with splitting the church in Germany from the Roman Catholic Church, at which point we then have the tradition of Bach 100 years later and more, and the Heinrich Schütz and so much music that comes from that Reformation. And then the Reformation went, hello, Steve Ryan, my dear, dear, dear friend, my gosh, okay, we get to do things later. The Reformation, of course, then spread all around Europe into all other aspects, so that whether it was Henry VIII starting up the Episcopal Church, after he's, lost a number of wives, or whether it was the Calvinists in other areas, that's all the Reformation. It was a big kind of schism in church time. Well, in terms of oratorio, what we do is we go to, what about the Counter-Reformation? Now, I printed out the Wikipedia Reformation, and that's about 100 pages. And I went to Wikipedia to look at Counter-Reformation. I'm like, what do they have? It's a single page. But let me tell you, it's a pretty amazing deal, because the Counter-Reformation was a very progressive time in its way in the Roman Catholic Church. And so we're talking about Rome, especially, and where we have this decision that how are we going to hook our people? And the idea was, well, oratorio. We have stained glass windows that tell biblical stories for people who may not be able to read the Bible or not understand Latin, perhaps. We have that. What if we had music that really portrayed stories, and we had, let's say, weekday evening kinds of presentations so that we could draw people? Everyone wants to hear live music, right? And we still do. We got people to come to the oratory, which was formed in about 1575 by Philip Neri in Rome, and they started to have these musical evenings. So by 1600, we are starting to have actually the first, by Cavalieri, the very first oratorio, which was a work that was about the body and the soul in dialogue. So now we're getting a little bit away from the Bible and starting to improvise on some of the text that we might have. All of that is to say that this started in Rome, but it then became a huge deal, as we will see. So how many of you here have ever been a part of Carissimi Jephthah? There, okay. Well, let's go to 1648. So we've just fast-forwarded from 1575, 1600. It's 1648, and we're in Rome. And Carissimi, Giacomo Carissimi, is this wonderful composer-musician who is having a career in Rome. Among other things, he's at the German college, which the Jesuits were running, which, by the way, Tomas Luis de Victoria had been at. And eventually, Charpentier, Marc-Antoine Charpentier, will come over to Rome to study. But Carissimi's there, and he's writing these works. And what I would love for us to do we have any questions about just any of this so far? Seems clear, good? Okay, so what we have here is the work Jephthah. And look at, yes, and just by the way, there we are. Now, what is different about oratorio? So we can really go into this, and this is what we're doing today, just to reaffirm that. We're going to look at works that really are the more strict oratorio form, which are very, very important in the musical economy and in the musical output and culture. Here's Jephthah. Now, the overview of Jephthah is a pretty tragic story. What happens is that there's this old man, he's an old retired general, and God says to him, I need you to go and fight that war. And he's saying, God, I'm an old man. I can't do this stuff. Why are you choosing me? I don't think I can do it. God convinced him, and he said, okay, I am going to sacrifice. You let me win this battle. I will sacrifice the very first person that I see upon my return. So he and his troops are returning from a successful battle, and who should come running over the hill? His daughter. Now he's promised he's going to sacrifice, right? So daughter's coming up, Daddy, 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 you're here. You won the battle. He's saying, oh no, this is not what I had in mind. And so we set up an incredible tragedy. This all takes about 25 minutes in the work of Jephthah. What I want to look at musically here for a moment, let's look at the score. We have the historia, the story of Jephthah, or Jephthah in Latin here, and we have the historicus. Now later in the Passions of Bach, we'll see the evangelist. We'll have the storyteller, or a narration. If we look later into a Sanctuary Road, which is a piece that I did that's about the Underground Railroad, if we get to that, we have a narrator. So narration is a part of this oratorio idea. And what that looks on the page, it can be seriously kind of... It could look really, really square, but we're going to hear a clip of this. This is when the children of Israel went to war against the children of Ammon, and the words of Jephthah were involved there. The Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he went to the children of Ammon to do this. And then he speaks here, which is that the Lord, here's his bargain with the Lord. I just want to do the very little bit of this beginning. What we're going to do is go to the place after the tragedy occurred. So, but just to hear from the very beginning and notice the shaping, the phrasing, the musicality of how this is done in a very organic way. It doesn't sound like square music. It looks like square music on the page, but it's not. Thank you, Wynn. That might be the wrong CD. But while you're doing that, actually, let me just take you through this. You guys can look here, and this. And away we go with the dramatics. So you see how this works? So we've had two characters here already. Do we have it when?
Yes.
Okay, let's listen to some real singers now. We're using magical words. whoever comes, then we will be offering them as a sacrifice. And this now, the chorus then comes in and says, so they project actually the action also. So one of the things that we see in these early oratorios is that it's not a single narrator, that the baton of the narrator is passed from the alto soloist to perhaps a soprano leader, which you'll see in Charpentier, to the chorus. And they say, therefore Jephthah went, to the children of Ammon, and away they went, and punyadet. And you can see how this part of the score is homophonic. So the text is very, very clear. But as we get here, the score starts to break up, doesn't it? It's going boom, 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 boom. And that's because this is the battle. Punyadet, punyadet, punyadet contra ellos. They fought, they fought, they fought, they fought. And away they go. But let's cut forward now. What we have at the end of Jephthah is a very famous passage. So this is, Jephthah says to his daughter, basically, I am beside myself in pain that this should have to happen. And if it's maybe unbelievably, she says, well, Father, just let me go to the mountains with my friends and bewail that I must die never having been a mother. Because in biblical times, not being a mother was a big deal. It meant you were not continuing on in that physical manifestation. And so she bewails the dying without the loss of her virginity, actually, as it were. And ulula is a Latin form of lament. So what's famous about this passage is not so much what she sings about, but how he creates a cavernous effect. I'm wailing, I'm wailing, I'm wailing, right? You'll hear it as though it was done in a stairwell. And in performance, you can actually do that. You can actually put your singers into another form. We're going to see that just to tell you a little bit of what it will sound like here. And this was very, Monteverdi uses this in a very similar time, all right? But we've got, she's going to bewail. If you want to go on towards the next excerpt, that's fine. And I'm just going to play for us here. She's the lacrimate, okay? Lacrimate. And then the distant ones. You hear that over in the mountains. And then we have more from Jephthah, and we get to another, resonante. So to be resonant, to make great sound, we have, she sings this, and they do. And then she sings Plorate Filio, which sets up the final chorus, which if you don't know the final chorus of Jephthah, then this is the biggest plum you may take away today. It is one of the most gorgeous, lamentful pieces of music ever. And for me personally, this has been something that we pulled out after 9/11 for a concert, as a taking art and life to that same place where they meet. Even though it's 1648, it's incredibly, incredibly poignant today. And so, if we can go to our kind of appointed places, which we're going to be page, it's page, do we have the?
18, right?
18, yep, thank you, 18 in track 12. Can you just start again, just at the beginning? We're starting here, where she's doing the... Can we go to the track before? let's start there. So you could get and this would be page 15. In here. Go ahead and so the last two are 11 and 12, right?
The other, 12 and 13.
12 and 13. So let's just play, let's go ahead and play 12. And we'll go to page. This is great. Ululate. let's leave the music up for a moment. So, yeah, thoughts, reactions.
Kind of reminds me a bit of Monteverdi or Feo when he goes with the lute to say Morta, you know that.
Yes, on the Morta, yes, the death. And the words, it's all about the words and singing into it. Yeah, other things that you, yes.
I saw the pictures inside of my head. It's like words, it was like recitativa, and the music showed words in a musical way to feel a different way. And when the choir started to sing, it's not like reactions usually, it's like they put you inside of the atmosphere, and it's like her funeral. And how the music changed through the major, minor.
Yes.
Right? It's like accepting of that. And in the end, everything happened, and yeah, she's there. She's out.
It's the final rest.
Because in the beginning, it was like grief and sadness and all of that, but then music changed and became the acceptance.
Takes us to another plane.
Yeah.
Right? It's so extraordinary. Yeah, anything else? Yes, Jeff.
It's as if there's a kind of a cosmic event on every downbeat. There's some sort of emotion-drenched harmony shift there, and it's located right at a hot spot in the words, and it just evokes tears. It evokes chills every time, and one after the other. It's just drenched with these things and a kind of regular cadence.
It does. And so it's right in the center, as you said, the hot spot within lamentamini is the word lamentamini. And what we're using is, for those of you in music theory earlier on, you're hearing all this business about prepared suspensions. Well, this is where the rubber meets the road, because these prepared suspensions are worth big bucks. Let's look at this, for example. If we just take this from the edge of the page, they had, before you saw the page turn, they had la, mi, and that was right over there. And so we're going from the la, the bass moves, and you have not just, but a double. When you get there, after all of that, you think you've reached stasis. But now, alto, G, F sharp, and a cadence to this to rest. But that business of the prepared suspensions, it's just set up tonally. What makes the words just pop. Now, let's look. It is just hair-raising. Thank you. Let's go now. So, to the next. So what is happening is that Rome is a hot spot. I mean, Handel eventually went to Rome and studied and wrote things like his Dixit Dominus, which is a virtuoso piece for choir. It's a little crazy Handel before he got a little more settled with his regular oratorios in the 1730s and 40s. So, meanwhile, though, Rome, Carissimi, we hear about him. Charpentier goes from France down to study with Carissimi in Rome. And I just mean this by the handing of the baton. I want us to come away have the sense of that today. If we go to Charpentier, what happens is the denial of Peter. So this is about a 12-minute work, and it has the characters, and it has the historicus, the different people who do narrate, different voice types still. At the end of it, there's a chorus that I think really reflects the impact of Carissimi on the works of Charpentier. So we're going from early Baroque to middle Baroque, and from one land to another land. So you see how this thing is actually starting to grow and move on the planet. Here we have similar elements. So this is, if you see the Gallicanti, this is the story of Peter and his denial of Jesus Christ. So Jesus says, Peter, before I die, you'll deny me 3 times. Peter says, no, never, 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 never. I promise, never. And it happens in the course of this piece. And each denial is a moment. You know, I commend the full of these works to you. Just put them on, pop them on sometime and listen. But here, at the end of he was predicted that after you've denied me 3 times, the cock will crow. That's a horse. That's a rooster. But here you have the soprano too, and this is a funny addition, because probably not tutti. This is probably soloists. Nonetheless, you've got the notes, but this, you can have this. So this is the rooster, but what we have is a little bit of a canonic thing that we have. Jesus over there, and you have this rolling line. And he remembered the words et recordatus, remembered the words that he had been spoken to, and we get to flevit. So tunc, if we go recordatus, as he remembers the words of Jesus. We turn the page, we'll come back here and listen to this. Fle, here we have, and you'll hear it much more better in the recording, but prepared suspensions. This, we're in 2. But drawn out even longer in time. Can we play the excerpt? And we will go back to, probably does it start at tunc? At the Gallicantus. I think the excerpt stops. Excerpt starts with the rooster crow.
And flevit means?
Well, the flevit? Flevit means to cry. To cry. And so flevit, thank you, yes. Flevit is to cry, and it's really tears, weeping, from crier to weep bitterly, is what that is. Oh, so is the, we'll see how that works out. Thank you. Oh, we're getting to minute 9. So while we're getting to minute 9, what happens is that this form then becomes something that is an alternate and accepted form. And we are going to, in a minute, we'll listen to this, we're going to jump to Handel. And so now we have this tradition of, okay, maybe it's not staged. Now you all can imagine these pieces can be staged. Because of the liturgical, kind of the church rules at the time, they were not. That might have been seen as disrespectful, but in fact, we can stage these works, and it can be very, very, very effective. What I'll talk about as we're finding this is that once Handel, do we know, who knows why Handel started his oratorial career?
His time in London.
He's in London.
He wants to write in England. He
Well,
wants to compose in England.
He's in London because Italian opera is the thing. Yes. Or you go.
And he, first of all, he had a new competition from a new opera house that he could hear. And secondly, there was the problem that you couldn't have the theaters open during
Lent
season.
So once you hit Ash Wednesday, you had 5 weeks of Lent, and it was just forbidden to go to the theater. That was an unacceptable activity. Now, was it because of the theater, or was it because of what audiences did while they were at the theater? I'll leave that to you guys to research. But it was forbidden, and Handel, he is running a big machine. This is the most amazing thing. And of course, you can go to Handel's house next to the Jimi Hendrix house and see this. And that is an amazing thing, to be in the room where he coached his singers. But he did. Italian opera was all the thing. And there came a point where it peaked. So there was an interest issue, and people did want to hear things in English, like the John Gay's Beggar's Opera. And there was also this thing about you couldn't be in business during Lent. Well, he had overhead to maintain, so he figures out that he can actually do oratorios, like of which he did about 19, including Handel Messiah, which is unique in its way, Samson, Solomon, Saul. All of these are portrayals, and typically the narrative is done by a single voice throughout, although it may still be shared. But we have the storytelling, and then we have the development of the chorus into what we call turba roles, which we have in the Bach Passions, where the chorus is active and they're, yes, you know, stone him, whatever, or lamenting as we have here. But this is all just becoming richer and richer. Now we have the Charpente. Put yourself back in the plorate frame and listen to this. We'll have the Gallicantus. blushing. You can imagine in his heart, Charpentier is paying his homage to Carissimi, and then doing this. And what did we notice about this performance that might have been different from the previous performance?
The rhythm was not as firm. I felt it was like much more fluid.
It's more, in a way, it's more French.
Yeah.
And it's because of this, which is the language is different, you see, right? So it is that. And you may have noticed that there were some very different vowels. And so what we were doing is we were singing in French Latin. So it was tonk, tonk, instead of tunk, and so on, which also colors. It's a very interesting thing to do. There we go. This is a world unto itself. So I encourage, especially any of you students, you can just pull this out and do this one on a part. Sing it in the practice room. Just get a couple of people and read it. It's fantastic.
What's the year?
This year is, I've got that right here. We're talking about, so Charpentier is 1643 to 1704, right? He's contemporary with Louis XIV. And this work is somewhere right around 1700. Right around 1700. So we went from 1648 to 1700, right? Now we're going to go, did I just do that right? I did. Yeah, we're going to go now to a bit of Handel Messiah, which I understand is part of the fabric here at the school, that we do Handel Messiah. Every year. I get to do 3 Handel Messiahs a year. As the organist of the Philharmonic, I get to play for whomever's conducting Philharmonic. And then with the Oratorio Society of New York, who's done it every year since 1874, we do on December 18th this year, on a Monday night, The Complete Messiah. And then with Musica Sacra, which is a small professional chorus, we do on December 20th, The Complete Messiah. So there are times when it's like, I say to myself, it must be like an actor doing 2 different or 3 different performances of Hamlet, because every performance is different according to who's singing, who's shaping, who are the soloists, and how that all goes. And I just love it. Never, ever tire of it. It's so amazing. Well, let's now hear, the point of looking at this in part is that, we have an overture. We're becoming more theatrical with this. It's not that it's just a devotional piece that we might offer for one of our Counter-Reformation activities, but this is now, it is an entertainment. Don't tell the church because it's Lent, but it's an entertainment. And so let's listen to, by the way, one of the main elements that I wanted to ask earlier from the get-go was the John Eliot Gardner's Plorate Filii Israel. Did you see the dynamics on the page?
Yes, it's really specific.
His in the ear, we know he did very specific dynamics. The page was blank.
Yeah.
The page was blank, which goes to the point that early music has often been misunderstood as though, they didn't really do dynamics or anything like that. When you get into it, you see the rhetorical, like, hello? Hi. How are you? How are you? Did you hear me? Those groupings of phrases, which are rhetoric, are very much a part of what's going on in the composer's minds. Repetitions higher, repetitions lower, and so on. Shorter and longer. But anyway, here we are, and again, we don't have any dynamics in this overture, but let's see what happens with it. This is Christopher Hogwood.
You seriously know
glorious creation to go from E minor to E major, and then where we go then with an allegro aria. Let's look at this for just a second. Remember the historicus of the beginning of Jephthah, you saw a bass line and you saw a vocal line. And that was it. And of course the art of the bass line players, generally a gamba, perhaps, and either an organo, especially in a lot of these works, organ a little bit, was to be able to intuit, if they didn't have numbers and figures, what harmony needed to be filled and what that could be. So, certainly, no two performances of that particular recit would ever be the same, because the creative individuals would create around what was there. Now, we have, by the time we come all the way here, we have an accompanied recit, an accompanied recitative. So it's the same convention, we just have an overture before it. And we're now talking about setting this up, this section, which goes all the way through. The texts connect, comfort them, because every valley is going to be exalted, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed. Boom, there you go. But what we have, which is very interesting, we have the slurs in the accompaniment that are specific. And so we're talking about 1741, and this is really, really coming along now into a more symphonic form. We'll see it shortly in Mendelssohn. And it's more symphonic, and yet there are still these elements. We notice that things were not straight and square in the Charpentier or in the Carissimi. Frequently, people take more time there. Diantum comforti, di bum bum. Not written in the music, but open to interpretation. And by the way, how many performances of Messiah have you sung in your career, Jeff? Hundreds. Hundreds, right? If not, yeah. It's just I was thinking, oh, I'm talking about Messiah, and here's somebody who's, out Messiah me. I think so, absolutely. But we have real interest here in what's happening, and then to notice what happens here, the punctuation of the chords. So now we're getting into even more so where someone's got to conduct or indicate. It could be the first cellist, but somebody's got to line that up. And so someone's going to have to show that, probably, as this goes on. And so these quarter notes, these are the kinds of things that you see later, the difference between the accompagnato and the quarter note recits we see in Mendelssohn's St. Paul, and we see in Mendelssohn's Elijah, but especially in his St. Paul. So this being done, let's just go to a little bit of the final, which is Worthy is the Lamb. And it's way far back there. And yes, this is still in Shirley, but let's go, yeah, and keep going, please, to the, it'll be the end of, practically the end.
265?
Right, page 265. Just before before you get the addendums, right? You're getting there, this is good. Yep, immortality, that's great. Okay, but there, and just two back. One more. There we are. Good, worthy is the Lamb. So now let's have a listen to this. This again is that homophonic texture. So we're all in the same syllable at the same time, which we did see in Charpentier, but now it is added in with trumpets and fleshing out in a symphonic character, if we can call it that for this era. just to introduce, so we're seeing much more accompagnato, much more use of punctuations of trumpets and timpani. We've got a lot more instrument orchestration actually going on here. Though, I want to point out one more element that's so important to understanding the music of Handel and Bach. Let's go to the beginning of the Amen chorus. We aren't going to play it. But here, does that look like any particular line we've seen before? You know, we're getting a few here. If you could put this in long note values, it's going to look more like Palestrina than it does the music that we just had. So the idea that the stile antico, or the antique style, which is very linear, together in a very stile antico way. So bear that in mind as you listen to Bach Mass in B minor and even the certain works within Messiah. Fantastic. We're going to leave Messiah. We've got our late Baroque now, and we're going to go to Haydn. So Haydn, was very happy at Esterházy, and then his career blossomed. And in the 1790s, he made 2 trips to London. And by the time he gets to London, and just before that, actually, in the 1780s, we have the development of the singing societies. In particular, the choruses in Berlin, where we're starting to get, it's not just a smallish chorus that came out of a church anymore, or a chorus that was singing for the theater, but we're now starting to have massed groups of people performing. And so, the connection is that when Haydn goes to London, he hears Handel Messiah at Westminster Abbey with something like, it's a little bit inverted, with something like 500 singers and 1,000 players, depending on who you read, but a scale that's way beyond, which then later becomes, for example, the Oratorio Society of New York with 200 singers is still very much in that tradition. And it was the Berlin Sing Academy, which Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, J.S. Bach's son, took over in the 1780s, and he then brought the credo of the B minor Mass to them. So you have this connecting that's going on, but this music is being transferred to this grand element. Haydn never had a grand element, Esterházy, but when he writes this, there are things going on here. We're going to look at this overture to see what is going on with chaos. Now we're talking about the creation of the world. We're going to step through on the first day, on the second day, and the third day, the fourth day, and all of that. We won't today, but that's what's going on. And Haydn is going to set us up with this. Now, what he's doing is he wants to evoke chaos. And by the way, so he's inspired, and he's imagining that this is going to be actually something that the singing societies will do. And not only that, and this is unique, Carissimi never said, oh, please do my piece in London, but sing it in English so people can understand. That wasn't the case, right? Haydn says, I want it done in the vernacular, in so many words. So now some of us, we conductor types, really do struggle with that because we know that Haydn developed this piece with a German libretto in mind. Therefore, the color of the language, and particularly of the vowels, is very important to we geeks as we look at this and think what that might be. And we're going to go into the first chorus. However, Haydn had this idea also from his inspiration, I think, of hearing Messiah sung in English in England, that when his work should go to England, it should be sung in English. And later we'll have that same issue. Mendelssohn was commissioned to write Elijah for the Three Choirs Festival in England. He's working from a German libretto. We've got about 3 weeks to go, and he is still writing, they're writing letters across the channel about changing notes and changing actual elements in the music, and sometimes on the English side, they're actually just changing things anyway, all of which goes into the G. Schirmer score that most of us thought was handed down like by God like the tablets, you know, to Moses. And we realize that there's a lot more behind all of this. Now, back to this. Haydn's going to depict chaos. So what is he doing? And just to give us a little bit of a heads up here, this is a long way to read open score, right? But it's there. And what you see you have a note in every bar from here on up. And it's forte and diminuendo. So first of all, it's like, woo! The show started. And then we have this like sneaking in. Here, there it is. And then we have subito piano, and we have turn the page. And then they're in. And that goes on. And then we start to accept that as normal. That we've got this thing going, we have the boop 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 beep bop bops. But then we get this. This is extraordinary, the pianissimo string texture. Because we started with winds, right? Now we have the string texture, and it just descends. And then it adds the winds, they sneak in, and it goes, yeah, here we are. You'll really hear this dum, da 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 da, and you hear ba 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 beep ba 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 beep ba ba ba, very solid, ba 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 ba. And then he messes with our head. Do you see the second bar at the top? You've got a quarter note on the downbeat. You have a dotted eighth. And the last 16th is tied into beat 2. So instead of doing bum, bum, 1, 2, 3, 4, or however that might be, we have bum, now, this is trippy, because if you're a string player, you're going to go, dia, 16, and 1, you know? But these guys up here have to play on the beat. So you get, da, di. It makes me feel like I don't know where the beat is. See if that's the same for you. Then there's awesome clarinet business. We introduced the clarinet accompaniment here. How classic is that? And we go on, but the clarinet's doing this with that underneath, and then we have this. Next page. And we have suddenly that kind of murky music again. And then we have this, and we have ya-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Soft, suddenly loud, storm and drawn, right? And then piano, it's going on. Look at that solo. That is the bassoon. That is supposed to sound like he's completely off on a different planet. He's been, you know, drinking his beer or whatever, and it's like, oh, I mean, and then we continue. Let's listen to this. Isn't that just stunning? Just stunning. Yeah, those chords, that looks like the end of Comfort Ye, doesn't it? The handle where we had the chords and the punctuations. And what we have here, this is, of course, if this was a live performance, you would fully hear that this is one of the most famous C major chords in the whole of classical music, Western classical music. I love this. Let there be light, and it's like this little pizzicato, it's like a light switch. Boop. And there was light! So my good friend John Walker was the organist at Riverside Church, and he was conducting this, and it was being done with organ. So you're getting here, and what does the tenor have in that chord? They have, oh, yes, of course they have the E. So he had a particularly loud tenor, and this tenor could occasionally sing flat. So they got, and there was, he was low, and John's going higher, higher. And the tenor thought he said, right on, man, so he sang it louder. That you had to be there. Now listen, I'm conscious of our time. We're at 4:26. I'd like to do just a little bit of a wrap up and a point forward. So from Haydn and what we have here with this growth of the oratorio into the classical music genre, one of the next steps that's very important is something you might not think of having any relation to oratorio, but that is Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. Because Beethoven goes out of the box and considers a cantata symphony, the fourth movement being a full choral movement in its own right. Mendelssohn later would write the Lobgesang, his second symphony, which is 40 minutes of the orchestra and 40 minutes of the chorus, doing actually a very dramatic cantata. So his homage to Mendelssohn is there. Mendelssohn would write Elijah, and he goes back to Carissimi almost by starting with a solo voice, and then the overture, and then it breaks into the chorus. So what happens is they start to play with these forms, but it's on the one hand, it's incredible creativity on the part of these artists. On the other hand, it didn't just come from nowhere. Now, we go a little bit further. Let's jump from Mendelssohn to Vaughan Williams. There's a piece, it is a cantata, or you could consider it an oratorio, called Dona Nobis Pacem. How many know that work? If not, I commend it to you. What's happening now is that Vaughan Williams is taking liturgical, meaning from the church, text of Dona Nobis Pacem, grant us peace, or Agnus Dei, Lamb of God, help us. We start with that, and he takes poetry of Walt Whitman. So an Englishman taking Whitman and then talking about the horrors of war. It's a piece for our time, by the way. Put it on, listen to it. You have Whitman talking about the horrors of war, reflecting his experience of the Civil War. You have Vaughan Williams between World War I and World War II, and he had devastating losses in World War I on a personal level. So it's a very, very important anti-war statement, if you will. So you get to that, and then I was going to fast forward just to say that then there are other things that you can do. If you want to go to Spotify, look up Sanctuary Road. We in the Oratorio Society have said, okay, so what is contemporary oratorio? And we've gotten involved in a cycle of works by Paul Moravec and mostly with Mark Campbell, the librettist, that are the American oratorio. We started with Paul's Blizzard Voices, which talked about the children's blizzard of 1877, which went 1887, which went through the corridor along in the northwest, the Iowa, South Dakota border, along there. It came up so quickly in January that it was called the Children's Blizzard because only a third of those children were able to get home alive. It was a tragedy that was forgotten in American history. And he wrote a piece with the reflections of people who came through it. We then did Sanctuary Road, where we are, William Still was a forebearer of William Grant Still. And William Still was a conductor, meaning he was in Philadelphia and shepherding people into the Underground Railroad. Escaped slaves would come to him. He would send them northward, give them the connection. He also wrote down their stories. He wrote those down, and then he stored those stories in a cemetery for fear of being discovered. After the war was over, he went back, and his papers were still there. Later, the book was printed. We fashioned it into a libretto, with William Still being the narrator, telling the stories of the Underground Railroad. The chorus plays a turbo role throughout, and we have real stories of real people that had been unsung to this moment. Most recently, we did A Nation of Others, which is about what makes America great, all the immigrant populations that have come to America. And so this was A Day on Ellis Island, where it will be published in early 25. Now, this was Grammy nominated. Just was fun to have a Grammy nomination, you know what I mean? It's kind of nice, you know? But, and I have a story about that, but we are running out of time. So, mainly, I was preparing to be, if they did say Sanctuary Road won the Grammy, this is during COVID, then I was going to need to, from my house computer, be able to say, thank you, I want to thank my mom, I want to, all that stuff. And 5 minutes before, the power went out. I figured out to repower the thing. Anyway, and it was only a nomination. But that said, it was really quite an amazing experience to be able to do this. Nation of Others, A Day on Ellis Island, with the stories, whether it's the stories of the Armenian immigrants and the Armenian genocide, or the stories of other nationalities coming to farm, coming to bake, pizzeria in Albany. It's an amazing, amazing work. And we have one more, which is about voting rights. And that will be coming up sometime soon. But I'm passionate about this world of oratorio. It's a great, great treasury. And I just encourage all of you to look into it a little bit. It has rich rewards. Well, thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, television audience.
Do we have any questions?
If we have time for Q&A, I would love it. Yes.
I just have a comment. I love Handel's Messiah, but Oratorio Society of New Jersey, based here in Montclair, is doing Judas Maccabeus on November 18th here at the Union Congregational Church. And it's an amazing piece of music.
And there you go. And living it, and the story of life, the Judas Maccabeus is just unbelievable. It's a fantastic work of Handel's. We're going to be doing Samson. I've never gotten to do Samson. We're going to do that. Oratorio Society did it we're having our 150th anniversary. We did it in 1874. I wasn't there, but you may not believe that. But I wasn't. But we're going to do it in May. And Samson, I've done Solomon, which is his most opulent, double chorus and all that kind of thing. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Any more questions? Even for those who just came in here. Yes?
With the beginning of the Haydn overture there, it seems like half the time the dissonances are never resolved. It sounds like, Weber or some
It's from another planet. Weber and Schoenberg, it's like, he's really playing with us.
Do you know anything about what the London audiences, how did they receive that? Were they just horrified or delighted?
I think it was wildly received. I think it was wildly received. It's worth looking at again, but this was a big deal. This really just put him over the edge in terms of his international presence and popularity, because he'd already been so popular in London from his symphonies and other things that he'd done. I don't know that he was in London for a performance of it. I don't know that he was able to be doing that at his age. But it's just amazing. Yes?
I have a question.
Yes?
Can you do a follow-up lecture on the Bach Passions?
Oh, I love the Bach passions. If we could, I would. Absolutely. We'll do that. There's so much there. Absolutely. And the passions are grouped into the large oratorial spectrum in the general way that I was describing earlier with, requiems and things such, Verdi requiem, what have you. Good. Anything else? We're getting ready for the master class.
So I want to thank Kent for a wonderful lecture, and we're going to take a 10 minutes break, and we'll come back and start with our master class.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. If I can clean all this up now. How are you? Oh, it was easy. Today was easy, yeah. This is what I do with my teaching. That's what I teach. It's an
Okay, just wanted to put that out there as a possibility. Okay,
Yes.
but I'm sorry, it goes with the time. Right now, he's on Monday mornings alone.
So I like.
We'll talk.
Yeah,
But I
yeah,
just
yeah.
wanted to-
Thank you.
Just because I think
you.
it would be a wonderful, addition. We're in the process of planning what we're gonna do with all of these resources going forward. The other thing, I just wanted to say, the shuffle here blew my mind because they were so busy and the parts were so many suspensions and the parts were so busy. That I felt like the beat was more blurred. I
Yes.
didn't know if it was just that performance or
I
if it
would
was
think it
on
was
purpose.
William Christie
Yeah.
doing his
On purpose.
thing.
Yes,
So-
with much more sort of a romantic take on it, or maybe it's not romantic at all. But it didn't feel like all these other Baroque pieces which were.
It's not written to.
Yeah.
There's more homophony
Yeah.
in the Baroque and that
And also-
point of arrival on that hot
Yeah.
syllable does give us the.
But the Shuffle K was just like, I mean, all the
It
lines, all the
feels
separate.
almost like purposely.
Yeah.
It's weighty. It's like the ground underneath you is not solid.
Yes, yes, and I didn't know that piece, so it was just great to hear that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. We could just accept
Yeah,
it.
I
I think I'm gonna give you asked that.
No, but
And I
we'll talk.
Sure, absolutely,
And you get an email from
absolutely.
me, you'll know
Love it, love it.
Go ahead.
Friend. Oh, no, I was just thinking. Hundreds of, like falling off the log, I'm talking about,
Yeah, that's never falling off the log because you would go from refiner to fire, one quick chorus and then another beat, another zipper, another octave, single octave.
Oh.
yeah, that's right, that's ungrateful. That's ungrateful.
Two very different,
Mhm.
one and two very different noises.
Right, the English spots and then, No, I'm sure not like falling off the log, that's what you talk about it too. Oh my gosh.
But you know how this is, every time you start to do something, and
Right.
that enthusiasm that you have, it's one you generate.
Yeah.
And it's something that you can see when
Oh,
you're looking at the stars and the glory.
Mm.
Very generous, ecstasy.
Yeah. It's like,
Hey,
we get into
it
admin
culture here. The signs aren't really, because they do
That's
the chorus
fantastic.
for the Dirty Symphony every year.
it's so great.
That's that, but we need to keep experimenting.
Thank you. You have water? I have water. I keep kicking it over. Yeah, so we're starting with harpsichord, right? I want to get my harpsichord and can I get singers, I think? Yeah. So you guys will, will be here.
Yeah.
Lovely.
There's, what is it, 7?
Yeah. And then I'm going to.
Yeah.
And tell me what year are you?
I'm about 50 years basically doing basic education, and I'm doing like clinical work.
Oh, fantastic. How's that going?
It's great. I'm not elementary school. It's so different.
Of course. Yeah. And all of a sudden, yeah. Does it feel like a fit for you?
Yeah, I love it. I can see.
Of course. Yeah.
It is so much fun.
See, that's it. I've always been interested in teachers, hear them talk about what their kind of age group of, enjoy and stuff. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is great. This is fantastic. Great. Hey there. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Roshan, nice to meet you. Yeah, great. Victoria, nice to meet you too.
Hi, Maya.
Maya, nice to meet you. So glad that you guys are like ready to walk the plank. I'm kidding. Oh, it's great. How's it feel to do this? Hey there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Oh yeah, it's what a pleasure. So where are you guys used to being, kind of like over here?
Yes.
You just do your thing. This is fantastic. So yeah, we're 2211. Great. 3111. Oh, fantastic. Which it well might have been, as a parlor, in someone's parlor. You're making music, and what do you have? Maybe the cat sings tenor. I don't know. It's so great. How long have you guys been working on this?
Since the semester.
This semester you have. How's it feel to you?
It's
Yeah.
much different than when we started.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was more, I feel like great difference. We're much more connected as a group, I feel like, which is always really cool. And like
That is really, and it just takes that time. Just being in the room together in this format. You can be in music history together, and it's a completely different thing. Now, how many of you are voice majors? Wow.
No excuse now, right?
That's fantastic. That's really great.
we're starting at our now, right?
So before I start, I just want to let people, I forgot. You can download the program with the QR code, I think that's what it's called, right? Out there, and then I also have some of the program here. If you don't, you're not a high-tech person, I have some program here to there.
Okay.
Okay.
So you go ahead and do, pass around here? Or- No, that's right. And you can make your announcement. It's fine.
And for people watching streaming, you can also download the program under where you see the live, and you can see that's the program for the master class. Chris, do you want to say before we start?
Yeah, so the first piece we're going to do is In These Delightful Pleasant Groves by Person.
In these delightful pleasant groves, in these delightful pleasant groves, let us celebrate, let us celebrate, let us celebrate our happy, happy loves. In these delightful pleasant groves,
many ideas. This is fantastic. Now, what if we looked at this with an eye to possible terrace dynamics?
Yes.
Where could we maybe do that?
So I was saying the first, in these Delightful Pleasant Groves, piano, mezzo piano, and
Okay.
then take it up to mezzo forte for the second, just because, of how the notes are high.
Sure, yep, lower less, higher more, exactly. And then, so the second one, is the second one more like the consequent? Antecedent, in these delightful pleasant groves, in these delightful I see them. Do you know? Try that. So that you, these delightful pleasant groves, in these delightful pleasant groves, and see if you can create that affect together. Let's do that one.
In these delightful pleasant groves, in these delightful pleasant groves, let us celebrate, let us celebrate, let us celebrate our happy love.
Yes, now, okay, so I think we can even do it more. And now, this is, different vocal experts will have different ideas about this, but I'm a great fan of the flipped R. When possible, it could make this pop. In these delightful, pleasant groves. My teacher, my English diction teacher, was Madeline Marshall. And by the time I got to Madeline, she was kind of like this. She played, but she was great. But she said, well, you might use a flipped R, she talked like this, for GR, DR combinations when it's possibly dramatic. So, groves projects the vowels so clearly. Groves, if you want to do droves, actually TR and DR not, but GR, absolutely. So groves, so give that a try, and let's just do that much, and then add in here, we have, how many times do we have let us celebrate? 3. What if we take the second one down?
Yeah.
Up, down, up.
Yeah.
Good, let's do that, go ahead.
In these delightful pleasant groves, in these delightful pleasant groves, let us celebrate, let us celebrate, let us celebrate our happy loves. In these delightful pleasant.
Sorry, I'm starting to start doing the phrase. So let's now. Do you all have pencils? If not, I have scads of them right here. I never travel without pencils. So here's one. Who's next? And another? Yes. Good. Are you guys okay? Let's see if we have. I will not give you the one in my mouth. I'll give you a clean one. Oh, no, you've got it. You've got it. You're good. Oh, you're good. Okay. Okay, so let's say that the first one is, how about, it kind of may be piano, but let's let it be kind of mezzo piano. And then how about the next one is almost forte.
For the
So these delightful, pleasant groves, and then let's be più forte, so like a little mezzo forte plus there, And just looking at that, and already we hear definition of the form because we're giving these rhetorical repetitions. So let us celebrate. Let's not duck it too much there because we want the second one to be kind of a foil, right? So what would you like the first let us celebrate to be?
A mezzo forte.
No, I think so too. And then it doesn't have to be, let me say it this way. So this happens in oratorio arias for you guys. We have a limited amount of text and a lot of music. And so to look for what is effective for that text, the question is yes, higher, lower, longer, shorter. In this case, it's not that we have to have completely terrace dynamics. So we don't have to do, let us celebrate, let us celebrate. That could be fun, and it might be just right, but it might also seem a little manic, or it might seem a little bit, let us celebrate, let us celebrate. Let us celebrate goes on. If we say that, we do it anyway. So we could do mezzo forte, and then mezzo piano. So we'll do mezzo forte to pick up to bar 8, we'll do mezzo piano. And then let's be kind of towards full and rich. Let's just celebrate. And now, here we go. With our word repetition, are we going to do happy, happy, Are we going to do happy, happy? Or what does it mean? Celebrate these happy, happy. Should there be a comma there? There is a comma there. Oh, let us celebrate these happy, happy both, right? Happy loves? Oh, happy loves. It's not groves anymore. Let us celebrate these happy, happy loves. How about that? Should we do, let us celebrate, that's another flip you could do. Let us celebrate these happy, happy loves. And make love pop. Now, can we take that one from the beginning? Go for it. Let's note that down. So the first one, now a simple way to do this is actually maybe put a plus and a minus. Many times in my scores for orchestra, I actually just do that because it's really an inflection, right? So if I put a plus over bar 14, on the bottom of the first page, the last bar 12, that's like a plus phrase. And maybe the pickup to 15 is like a minus, meaning a little bit less. And then we'll put a plus over let us celebrate, and a minus over the repetition. And maybe a double plus over let us celebrate our happy, happy. Back off the second happy. So give your first happy a plus, and your second happy a minus. So loves, are we connected to the text? What are the happy loves ideas? There are such things as happy loves. Yeah, like that little, okay, think of, we used to call it puppy love, like kids in school, I want to hold your hand, or whatever kind of love thing we want to think of. We got to think of some love, because it's got to color that word, and it will just by our connection. So let's just, for a moment, let's just celebrate, pick up to bar 7, and when you get to happy, let's do again, the first is the first happy more, second a little less, and loves is a plus. And use happy, happy loves. Loves, that nice French L. Loves, so it projects the vowel, and make it sparkle, and go on. Are we all right with that? That's a lot. I'm throwing a lot at you. But let's start with, let us celebrate the pick up to 7. The pickup to 7 is going to be mezzo forte, right? Now, you can indicate that by, go ahead and relax a little bit. So we have this. Let the size of the beat, and you can even be a little freer with it. Again, let the size of the beat reflect the dynamic. What? Okay, now how do you go to loves?
I have it.
Happy, happy loves. Bum, bum. Yes, loves, perhaps. You have to find a gesture that works for you. I steal all my gestures. That's one of the things I love about being a Philharmonic, is I sit in the bench in the back of the orchestra and I get to watch what works, maybe sometimes what doesn't work, although most of those guys it all works, But yes, when you get to love, give them a gesture that, yeah, good, good. Good mezzo forte here.
Let us celebrate, let us celebrate, let us celebrate our happy, happy loves. In these delightful pleasant loves, in these delightful pleasant loves. Let us celebrate, let us celebrate, let us celebrate our happy, happy loves. Let's pipe, pipe and dance. Let's pipe, pipe and dance, dance and laugh.
So rich, it's so fantastic. When you guys do this, it really sounds great. By the way, when you sing grows or celebrate, it actually brings everything forward so that we have more sheen to the sound. So use those. That's really a great thing to do. Now, let's pipe. So we decided to make pipe short.
Yes.
That, pipe and dance, pipe and dance. Let's pipe meaning play the pipe. And dance. And then laugh. And laugh, by the way, are we, we're doing, have we re-syllabified?
We have not.
Oh.
In here, you mean?
Laugh, 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 laugh.
Laugh.
This is, so if I wonder if we took the,
And just redo laugh right there.
yes, if you started each group of eighth notes, so in other words, what, see what the soprano has. Laugh, 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 laugh and sing. And if we did that also for the, let's see, so altos, dance and laugh, 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 laugh. Does that work for you?
Yeah.
So we'll do that, and then similarly, and laugh, laugh. And when you have, so to break those, can we just, let's just speak that. Have us speak that together to see if we can have that. Does it, I think the bass is still pretty much the way it's written. Yeah, I think so. Maybe just dance
So
and
do you
laugh.
think tenor and alto re-execute laugh again on measure 31 downbeat? Laugh, laugh, and sing.
Okay, so 31, I would actually, here's my suggestion, the tenor and alto, tell me if you like this. 27, 28, 29, beat 3,
Laugh, yeah.
that's a laugh, and that's a long one. That goes all the way to beat 3, where laugh is, just a minute. Yes, 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 that is a moment. Let's do, yeah, exactly, you were right, sorry. Laugh and sing, laugh.
Tenor, alto, measure 31, laugh.
Actually, you know what, I'm sorry. I guess what I want to suggest, actually, is you would have in bar 27, 8, 9, B3, 1, laugh and sing. So what happens, you don't do that second laugh. You just go to beat 3. You sing all the way to beat 3. That's where your F comes on. Laugh and sing.
I'm so sorry, do you repeat that again, remember?
Exactly. No, that's all right. And so right here, this is it. So you do laugh, and so you don't do this.
Oh,
But
okay.
you can finish it. But so you'll start here. Laugh and sing.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
But let's.
Yeah.
Yes, you got it.
So just speaking.
So let's just speak it. And when we speak, go ahead and show me what you do when you speak. Go ahead.
Right on 27.
And sing.
Okay, actually that was great. It was up and off the chords. That's what I was looking for. Sometimes you do go, laugh. When you're working with volunteer singers, many times we need to coach that to get them to do that, and you have to consider that they have to figure out how to get them to think that it's manly enough, for the tenors and basses. Okay, now let's sing that. Can we take it from dance and laugh? So bar 26, beat 3, second half. Yes, okay, good. So that works really well. We're going to go back and put it in context. Well, we're going to laugh and sing. So words like we get happy loves. You want to give the we're going to stay in tempo, but you can relax so that loves, bum bum. You actually pull back a tiny bit so we don't feel like we can't do the word. And let's sing the word sing to make it onomatopoetic. So laugh and sing. We're going to laugh and sing. You get that gesture, there's a little hairpinny on that. It's fast, but how about we take this from, let's take it from the beginning.
Okay.
Pleasant groves, in these delightful pleasant groves.
this conducting thing. So try this, if you don't mind, we'll do this, and see what we do on the flower. But when you're doing on groves, you're worried about coming back to prepare the next beat, and I think there's a different way to do that. Try it.
In these delightful pleasant groves, in these delightful pleasant groves,
rather than groves, that almost indicates that indicates taper the word. Groves, da ba bum. Try that.
in these delightful pleasant groves, in these delightful pleasant groves, let us celebrate our happy loves. In these delightful pleasant groves, in these delightful pleasant groves, let us celebrate our happy loves. Let's pipe and dance. Let's pipe and dance, dance and laugh and sing. Thus shall we happy living sing.
Yes, okay, yeah. Boy, you feel it coming to even more life, you know? You did such a nice job at the very beginning. It's so fun to sculpt this together. And any of these choices, you can make other choices, absolutely. That laugh really pops. Doesn't it sound like laughing? Yeah, you got it. Now, I would love, so just be sure when you're happy loves. I know you've got to do the pipe and dance thing, but be sure you let loves go the same way. Careful not to kind of pull back and prep too soon, you know?
I had the decrescendo written on everything, so that's why.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I have like it. But
And that stylistically is great, and just then figure out where's the text in this, and where's the magic in the song. These part songs are so much about the words, and the words then have to be connected to emotion, right? Just like in solo literature too, so that we can really do that. So this makes much sense. So the first pipe and dance is a little less, and the second is more, and then can the outburst of laugh even be brighter in sound? So it's the ah, you guys are singing a beautiful ah vowel, but a laugh, you can send that almost right up into the cheeks, right? So go ahead and make it sound, and then sing, you know? Go ahead and play with that with your resonance. How about that? Please take it from, let us celebrate, the top of 2, pick up to bar 18.
Chris, this is the fourth.
Let us celebrate our happy loves. Let's pipe and dance. Let's pipe and dance and laugh and sing.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's so fantastic. Now, here's a little trick from Madeline Marshall, but it is that, and I believe this is true. So normally in English we sing thus. Thus, thus. If the tongue goes between the teeth, thus, thus, thus. Do you hear that? It's really effective, and it actually helps us really place the pitch and the resonance. So when you get to thus, thus, when you get to that, you'll get a little bit thus, thus. Listen to that. Try it. See how it reads, and just start on sing. Thank you. Sorry. So here's a concept that you'll want to use throughout. Now, I first learned this from Karin Erickson, who was a Met singer. She did Donna Anna, she did the Countess, she did the third Rhine Maiden, she did Blanche and Dialogue of the Carmelites. She was amazing, and she happened to be in my church choir as a member of the church. It was just like, oh my. And she was a wonderful. But she's the first person I ever heard talk about placing consonants ahead of the beat. So that means that rather than doing thus, we'll do thus every. That is what in solo singing places your sound ahead of the orchestra. If your consonants coincide with the orchestra articulations, the voice is lost to the ear of the audience. If your consonants are ahead, have you heard of this? People have talked with you about this. I figured you haven't. Okay, so, and the consonants ahead are what Marilyn Horne calls leading with the voice, but really it's timing of consonants. Go ahead and do that here. So you come, thus. It's going to come in like a 16th note at least, early. And let's do sing. It's good, I said, so let's do sing, thus. Take a little time there.
Sing, thus, hurry, living thing. In the cheerful spring. In the cheerful spring.
And I love your repeat. I love your repeat. And this is so great because you're already doing it. So this is great. We've got our thus happy. So the happy living thing is
that one coming down?
the thus.
Happy living.
Oh,
Or
well,
what would you do it?
yeah. So my conflict is with the words. And what's the most interesting choice? Dee-da-da-dum-dum. I agree that the music looks like it could come down. Maybe it can do that, and maybe we can still get every happy. This is the Groves. We're talking about, like I had 3 weeks ago, 4 kittens in my office. At the cathedral, there was this stray cat that became the favor of the maintenance department, so we fed her, and then she became like the company cat, and then she had kittens. Then she went into my suite mate's office, but she came in and found my stacks of music to be much more interesting, so she carried her kittens in there, and then they started to grow. And these are like these happy living things. That's where I'm going with that. Every happy living thing. It's like if you do, sometimes you do Haydn creation, the flowers, and you're seeing all these things. It can sound Black and Decker, Black and Decker. That's like a Sears and Roebuck. These are all old terms probably. Black and Decker makes machinery. So it can sound like, or it can sound really lifted if you connect the imagination with this list of creation things here. Here, it doesn't hurt to be a bit of an actor and say, what is your happy living thing? Happy living things. So we'll be extra musical in our interpretation as we just think of happy living things. Yeah, and you can do happy living things. But if you do happy living things, it didn't get, do you know what I mean? So just blend in. It can be one of my kittens if you want to borrow, okay? Or whatever. But go ahead and take this from Dance and Laugh. This is such an amazing thing. So bar 26, second half. And go for it here. That was great.
Dance and laugh, laugh and sing. Thus, every happy living thing.
And so one more thing you could do, living thing, rather than living thing. Say, living thing. Say it together, living thing. So you get the v and the th out earlier, it'll sound like a living thing. Living thing. Let's actually just sing living thing. And you have living thing. Living thing. Yeah, just living thing.
Living thing.
That sounds very alive. Can your V have more buzz as though it was German? Living thing. Just to see if it's onomatopoetic.
Living thing.
Yeah, put that, thus. And thus is a voice TH, right? We're all in agreement about that? Good. So let's just start on sing. That's great.
Sing, thus, every happy living thing. In the cheerful spring.
I love it. And so, yes, we had a nice flip. The revel. Who did that? That was, yes, that's funny. So let's revel. It'll sound a little Scottish, but that's okay. Revel. When you get the v, it's not a stressed syllable, but go ahead in this context. revel in the and then the punchline will be even more pronounced. Let's take it from thus. Now the first thus is more, the second is less. So feel like it's longer, like it has a tenuto. Thus, and then go. Yeah, good.
Thus every happy living thing in the cheerful spring. In the cheerful spring.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's really, really lovely. Now, the other thing's happy. So happy's hard to do. And I feel like the British kind of do this really well, but, you know, I'm from Iowa, so I can say, you know, I'm not sure that we do it as well. We tend to, every happy, which sounds kind of like a sentimental, sad happiness, you know, and there can be some gesture that you can do too. So, but it doesn't H need a tiny unvoiced space in order to speak. Every happy. How about, what if we flip the R in every? So we had, thus every happy living thing. Happy, but you have to create the space to create the unvoiced consonant. Can we just speak that together from the second thus? Right?
Second thus.
Speak. Thus every happy living thing. Because then if you happy living, you go legato with that. That's really cool. And happy living something. You can get more variety right there. Absolutely. Let's take it from thus, the first thus. Thanks, guys.
Thus every happy living thing in the cheerful spring.
And that's just a question, but that is gorgeous and beautiful. Revel, but what is a revel? Revel, maybe it needs a little diaphragmatic. Revel. Again, what looks on the page, but maybe what really brings it to life. And this is you know this, it's always our job, and it's so hard. We bring self, but then we say, okay, so why did the composer write it that way? And what makes that work in the most effective way? What were they thinking? Possibly it's this, possibly. Let's just try that revel, right? So kind of stay with that. Once we've gotten to happy, or laugh, we're in a different sound world, and maybe revel's a part of that. Okay, so let's start from thus, and then do the repeat. Great.
Thus every happy living thing in the cheerful spring. In the cheerful spring. Let's pipe and dance. Let's pipe and dance and laugh and sing. Thus every happy living thing in the cheerful spring. In the cheerful spring.
There you go. Now we have to decide whether we're going to have yes, let's give them a hand. Absolutely. Did you do something on the final release that we need to fix?
The spring.
One or the other. Exactly. Either we all do the shadow vowel or we don't. Now, personally, I don't do them after NGs or M's and N's, except in a super dramatic context. Spring. Probably, you know, just
enough.
Yeah, that's enough. So we would just do that. Maybe no shadow vowel there. But be sure, as you guys would do, cheerful spring, that you actually sing the NG. So what happens is people start to pull off. Spring, you know, spring. Just sing spring.
Spring.
Yeah. And also if you imagine spring, can you imagine this? Spring, cheerful spring. Now take it back before then, come in, and at the end of it, open the resonance on the word spring. See how that works for you guys. So just
In the triple spring?
how about yeah, yeah, you got it, sorry, good. 46?
In the cheerful spring.
That's lovely. Let's take it from Revels. Sorry, let's take it from Revels back from 41 to. So starting with alto tenor and then bass and soprano.
In the cheerful spring.
Without the shadow vowel, possibly. Yeah, exactly, right? What was you going to do? Fantastic. Now this is a tickler. Wow. Go for it. Let's.
Which is the properest day to sing? Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Which is the properest day to sing? Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Each to be short is a mighty fine thing. Why should I name but one day? Each to be short is a mighty fine thing. Why should I name but one day?
Tell me the joys I'll mention my day. What is my face on Sunday? Tell me the joys I'll mention my day. What is my face on Sunday?
Each to be short is a mighty fine thing.
Why should I face on Sunday?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tell me the joys I'll mention my day. What is my face on Sunday?
Which to be short is a mighty fine thing.
What is my face on Sunday?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
That's fantastic. What happens if you flip the R on Friday? Just see what happens. See what happens on Friday, but don't do it on Monday. Kidding. Sorry, I had to say that. I had to go there.
I just want to make it's actually the text also, another text is that, what's the, there's a text also, which is the proper state to drink.
To drink. Is that?
Exactly the same thing, he did that.
We could change it to that. Okay, which is the proper state to drink. Yes, but I love this. This is fantastic. Okay, now given what we did with the last work, did ideas come to mind that you might like to enhance this, or see?
Well, this one, I mean, the dynamics are really clear the whole way through.
Yes.
But I'm just kind of thinking, what should the proper day to sing? But maybe not jump off of sing too much. What should the proper day to sing Saturday instead of that decrescendo?
Yeah. Sure. And do you guys have any? Do you have any interpretive ideas that have kind of sprung up? I'm seeing one. Yeah.
No, we've just been talking about different stresses on different days of the week and like what we can bring out, like how we can make them all sound different.
We could talk. So you did talk, or we?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
You did, because I hear that. That's actually really cool. That's really cool. Yeah, the days of the week don't sound like a boring telephone book reading. We used to have telephone books. It's like 3, 3, 6, 1, 2, Fred Miller, I'm reading the telephone book. So we talk about that. So that's fantastic. Here's what I'm wondering. And so if you guys have, you sing it beautifully. But now, can we take this? What if this was like a stage conversation? Which is the proper stage to sing Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? If you, so let's set up that for a moment. And so the activity's great. Let's just bring it, imagine it as a conversation section between you, and let's just start it that way and see what happens. Oh, and be enlivened before you start singing. So the same thing starts with which is the proper state to sing? Right, exactly. Go ahead.
Which is the properest day to sing? Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Which is
be short is a mighty fine thing. Why should I name but one day? It is to be short is a mighty fine thing. Why should I name but one day?
Tell me what yours unmentioned. Why did
Why should I name but one day?
Yes, yes, yes. Now, I'm thinking that you could be like, why, which. So add in, this character is fantastic. Now when you add in this new material of why, which, me, I don't know, whatever, you know. Just let's add in just that character. I don't mean you should necessarily do it vocally like I did, but with the intention. It's about the intention. So let's start with tell me but yours. The bottom says
Tell me what yours unmentioned.
Why should I name but one day?
Tell me what
Why?
yours unmentioned.
Why should I name but Sunday? It should be short is a mighty fine thing. Why should I name but Sunday? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday,
Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
hey, yes. So that's good. Now I'm thinking that bravo, which bravo is more important for sopranos? Bravo. Let's go for the second. Bravo. I'm bringing it a little more over the top. That was fantastic. Now, if we did, let's take it again from the tell me but yours, the repeat. Let's take it the repeat. So,
Tell me what yours unmentioned. Why should I name but Sunday?
It should be short is a mighty fine thing. Why should I name but Sunday? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday,
Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
this is really fantastic. So now can we take that, I think the most difficult to hear measures are 23, 24. So what we've got here is, and this is the thing, so we've got the which, the why, the bone. You guys we understand that we're in disagreement. The whole thing is about this disagreement. You want one day, you want every day. I'm not saying, but in other words, I mean, that's the deal. It's like, which day? It's right. I actually have 6 other lovers, and so I have to schedule you in my book, or whatever. It goes there, and you're like, you're the only one. Why do we have to pick one day? I'm going to be with you every day. Boom, boom. That kind of thing. So we get that, and then I think what's difficult is but fix. I guess we have to implode the T of but, don't we? But fix. Try to bring up let us but fix. It's an early and long F. Just try to do it without. Just try that. And then I think but one day. So fix but one. Let's see if that works with it. Take it from bar 20. It's at the top of the repeat sign. Yeah.
Tell me what yours unmentioned. Why should my face on Sunday?
Which to be short is a mighty fine thing.
Why should my face on Sunday?
Okay, there you go. Yes, this is good. I think that the which, in other words, choose one. Which. So I think you can be more which. They sound like which. A little bit of that. Okay, let's just add that in.
Tell me what yours unmentioned. Why should my face on Sunday?
Which to be short is a mighty fine thing.
Why should my face on Sunday?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday,
Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Repeat.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tell me what yours unmentioned. Why should my face on Sunday?
This way.
Which to be short is a mighty fine thing.
Why should my face on Sunday?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday,
That's fantastic. And one more thing, I said, I think when you get to the second system on the last page, you're saying Tuesday, he's saying Wednesday, you're saying Thursday, you're saying Friday. This is like the argument. So can you guys send that, telling him, telling them, fact, into this, and I think that will just tie it up. Let's start at the top of the last page. And when you get there, really turn it on, and maybe you even have a little bit of like, that made me angry, you know, whatever.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Let's do a show with this thing. Really lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Let's just spend some more time. That was lovely. Good. So yes, we're going to move on to vocal literature now. So thank you. Oh, the pencils, yes. I buy boxes of them. Oh, that's fantastic. So, are we good tidings to Zion? Or are we, but who may abide?
So do you guys want to go first, right?
Holy cow! Oh my gosh! I'm good. Thank you. How are you? I love it. Oh, it's fantastic. Oh, you got it. Okay, sure.
So because of some of the schedule conflicts, we're going to move the last piece first. So can the string quartet be ready?
I think they are trying to be close.
Are they sitting more?
But who may abide the day of his coming? So Stevie, you don't have to play this one. Or should I call you Mr. Ryan?
Jeffrey?
Is that how we do it here? Professor. Professor Ryan. The venerable. Yes. The venerable reference. So I first met Professor Ryan. How many of you know Professor Ryan? You guys do. Yeah, so I get hired to play for the American Symphony, organ. And I go in, and I think, Stephen, this was at Riverside Church. It's, when we met, was it in the Juilliard building? So I sneak a big coffee into this rehearsal because I was running at both ends and it was practicing until like 1 in the morning. And this is a 10 a.m. rehearsal, and we get in there, and who's at the piano but this really handsome young guy, Professor Ryan, still a handsome young guy. Okay, I knocked that coffee over in an orchestra rehearsal, and I am just beside myself, embarrassed. He went and got paper towels and made it so I didn't look bad. Maybe I had to be there, but it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I was like, yeah, New York, it's not so cold, It's great. We are. My brother went to prison in the college but they didn't stay there. That's all right. Yeah, fantastic. We have lots of stories. Yeah. One of the funnest things we did was Alexander's Feast. Right? So we worked for years together with the Dessau Choirs, who are an avocational chorus in New York. And do you remember Alexander's Feast at Town Hall? Yeah. Did Jephthah? We did Speminalium. That was amazing. Israel in Egypt. great. And you're a soprano. Fantastic.
Hisu,
I'm sorry, Hisu, it's wonderful to meet you. Really, thank you for doing this. So, here, hi, nice to meet you too, yes. Nice to meet you. Oh, wow. We sure do, Love it, I love this. Small world. The music world is a very small world. Don't need to tell you guys that, it's pretty amazing. Okay. So, just a second, guys. I'm sorry, I'm shifting my gears still. Terrific. to refer to it. Let's do, that's fantastic. And I love your soprano, and the low is so beautifully integrated. It's fantastic. It's good. Now, one thing I would, let's actually, just a couple of mechanical things, I would call them. Let's go into, can we play bar 44 and go into the transition into the prestissimo? Do you have, and who shall stand, so it's back here. This one.
Yes.
Let's take the pickup to, what is that, what did I say, 44, 43? Let's take the pickup to 43. How about play 42 on the cello and just, it's fantastic. But what if we did when he appeareth? So it feels like it kind of almost resets. You know, and let's I know you're indicating here, but let's actually open up here. So it's more see if I can do this. I don't know. When he appeareth, right? This is where you want to be, and I feel it's pulling you in. Can we just start there? So when bar 56? 1, 2. Now already this allegro sounds more in 2 than it does in 4. So much better, isn't it? Do you like?
Yeah.
I like it a lot. So if you keep that tighter, when he appeareth, add resonance through to the end. But do this, if you're going to do something, do it with a more full body. See, don't bring your head down.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yep.
And you can just do the tiniest bit. I feel like you're coming out a little bit, and I think it's cutting your resonance. So start there, right there on 56. When at your tempo, and then set it up so. Go ahead, and play around with it. You can ask them to play faster by just something like that, right? Okay. When. Good, that felt a little like it. Now let's actually, you're doing great. And I think that your restart of that was really fine. And let's just do the same thing for a moment. Can we take 105, 6, 7, 8, pick up to 109 strings, and with your, when he, that's just as you did. And the same thing when you have, you know, if you, rather than feeling like it's here, when you set that, feel like it comes from the floor. That's all they need actually. And I know I can tell you guys have talked about not needing to do too much.
Okay.
You know? But I think you can take it so it's more grounded. Let's just actually just start the prestissimo right there. 115 in that. See if you can do that, right? D.
For his love.
Exactly. You know, that's fantastic. That's so solid. So now let's take the pickup to 100, 5, 6, 7, 8, 109.
Yep.
Yeah, good. I'm going to step way back. that's interesting, you know, and you'll know this, but when you get into all of the passion recits that you'll be doing with like St. John, and that it's more and more of that full score reading. So just keep it up. That's it, you know. Now, I would love. You say cat.
Cat.
Yes, stand.
Stand.
Right now we've got stand. So stand. And stand. So let's get that going. And who shall stand? Shall.
And who shall stand?
There you go. And now, and who shall stand?
And who shall stand?
Now you have horses legato. So use and who.
And who shall stand?
And now there. So that is the stand. And was beautiful. Stand was imploded. Shall stand when he shall stand. Go ahead.
Shall stand when he
Yeah.
appeareth.
And let's use a flip there. Peereth.
Peereth.
Peereth. Or almost a D. You flip to R. Peereth.
Peereth.
Yes. Peereth.
Peereth.
Because that'll give a more rhythmic. It'll keep us right in the rhythmic flow. And when we have that, let's not also peereth. We'll always be clean. Peereth.
Peereth.
Yeah, there you go. And peereth. You can strongly.
Peereth.
Yes, that's super clean. So now let's take that from the. Let's do it. But who may abide? Pick up to 13, first time, right?
But who may abide to the day of his coming?
Was coming clear, clean?
Coming.
There you go. But coming. So you know coming. There you go. It's exactly. It's like a little ornament on the Christmas tree. Now, let's do that. Let's do rather than who. If we do who may super clean vowel shift, or may abide, or a glottal. Probably not a glottal if you can help it. But who may abide? Try that.
But who may abide?
That's cleaner, yeah. And sure, who.
But who may abide the day of his coming?
There you go. That's it. So you're writing on your legato and doing those consonants, and now it's much more clear. Yeah. Not by being less legato, but by staying in it and really doing that. Let's take it from the beginning, can we?
But who may abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appeareth? Who shall stand when he appeareth? But who may abide? But who may abide the day of his coming?
There's a little bit of terror in it.
And who shall stand when he appeareth?
Sorry, so let's fix that one. That was and who. And who. So that's but it's so coming. Now, as we move forward, sometimes people take, I learned this from Kurt Mazur especially, but it affirmed what I learned in summer stock, which is that there are strong choices and weak choices. And so you're not doing this, I'm not saying that, but sometimes this is but who may abide the day of his coming? I'm going to be thrashed. It's going to be hurtful. Or what's it, if it's about like that? But who may abide the day of his coming? It's going to be scary. We're talking about the Last Judgment, right? So you can go there even a little bit more, and then to fix that and. That's great. So the pick up to 42, 43 fiddles would be great. And we'll go on. Go on. Excellent. Or the pick up to 43. Or play 42. So we have long. So when you do these, just listen to yourself and be really specific. Go ahead. Going on. So if you, I would love to hear your voice. And for he is like a refiner's fire. And nurse belongs to that. Can we just do that? That would be bar 148. So, sorry, and what? For he is like. Yeah, take a D instead of the A, sure. One. For he is like. Okay, yeah, or you you could replace the A with a, for he is light. Yeah, I think that's really powerful. And then if you want to, you want to breathe there, right?
Yeah.
So we'll breathe there, and then refiner's fire. Try that. 4 and 1. For he is light. But that's the idea. Yeah, you can play with that. Make it your own, or something like that. Bravo! Very impressive. Have a good orchestra rehearsal. Thank you so much. Yeah, what a pleasure. Oh, yeah, really good. Thank you. I can't wait. I know. It's going to be great. Yeah, you're doing the Mozart. We're doing Mozart Requiem and Bach Magnificat at Carnegie Hall on November 6th. If you want to come, just send me an email. It's my name, which is on there, Tritle.com. Just info@tritle.com. Come straight to me. So November 6th, Monday night, Carnegie Hall. Yeah. Bach Magnificat, Mozart Requiem. Yeah, comps, I mean, you know. Marvelous. Hey, anything I can do to help?
No, but you just a minute.
That's all right. Good. What you're singing? With the rest of it?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, that's great. Okay, so Gabriele, or do you Gabriel?
Oh, you can say Gabby.
Gabby. All right, we have O thou that tellest, good tidings to Zion, with the rest beforehand. Just a second.
Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, God with us. O thou that tellest good tidings to Zion, get thee up into the high mountain. O thou that tellest good tidings to Zion, get thee up into the high mountain. Get thee up into the high O thou that tellest good tidings to Jerusalem, lift up thy voice with strength, lift it up, be not afraid. Say unto the cities of Judah, say unto the cities of Judah, behold your God, behold your
phrase and there's a rest, the phrase and the rest. I honor those rests many times, and then sometimes I think we could just phrase through and not necessarily stop and stop and stop. So it doesn't really impact the continuo player at all. What happens if you do, behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. And then God with us. Go ahead and try that. So you've got to phrase through.
Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, God with us.
All right. Now, in our analysis, how many parts are there to this recit? I mean, it's a booby trap question. Sorry. I see it first as being in two parts. So, behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Like, okay, foreshadowing, worthy is the Lamb, whatever. Yeah, she'll call his name Emmanuel. Punchline, God with us, you know? So, I loved what we did here. And by the way, behold, you might take more of a capital I approach.
Okay.
Behold, I don't think you'll lose ring. You know, sometimes people do be, like, so sopranos, rejoice, rejoice, kind of splits. And in you know, in more English, it's going to be rejoice, 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 rejoice. Greater, behold, and see how that works for you. It may be actually more resonant. So let's take behold to that first part. Go ahead.
Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son.
Now wait.
And shall call his name Emmanuel, God with us.
Now, yeah, good. So now, this is good. Now, I think what we want to do is make it a little cleaner in terms of any how we sing pitch is spot on. There's a little bit, the legato is gorgeous, but ironically we might want to be a little bit less legato. So if we do and a little bit rather than behold, there's a lot in this piece that's about the up bow, down bow. I don't know, have you talked about that, or is that okay? So when the you know, and particularly in period playing, but even in modern playing, there's a lot of bum bum. Behold, but bum bum be dee bum be dee. Always, though thou, oh thou. And if we do, oh thou, I liked this as it came more and more an up down, up bow as it were. But this is behold. If you do behold, I think you give it away. It also takes a lot of air. Try it. Behold, a virgin shall conceive. So not only is it a virgin, but shall conceive, which is like, a virgin is going to what? You know what I mean? So go ahead, try it. Let's do that.
Behold, a virgin shall conceive.
And even more.
And bear a son.
The big idea.
And shall call.
But wait, I want you to shift your gears. Bear a son. And shall call. Shift your gears between those two.
Okay.
Yeah, good. This is gorgeous. Take it there, and then shift your gears before and shall call his name.
Take it from the beginning?
Take it from the beginning, sure.
Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, God with us.
It's really completely lovely, beautiful shape, and we virgin, because you go, a virgin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is one more time. Now, all right, so I think, how about back on the theatrical choices? It's really pretty. It's so beautiful now, it's really clean. But can you add that, like, this unbelievable thing? Behold, you know? Kind of go there as an actor with it. It's still the same thing musically, but your intention, see if you can do that, and it will be gripping. You know? So go ahead and let's try that.
Behold.
Oh, you got it. In the middle of the O vowel, you got it. I saw it in your face. And see it before now. Behold, see that fulfilling that moment before you kind of do it? Just try that once more and see if that, it's in getting into the house. Go ahead.
Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name
Good.
Emmanuel, God with us.
That's very touching. It's so great. So little music. I mean, so few bars, so much music, right? That's it. Now let's go on. Oh thou, and that. Oh thou, oh you, oh thou that tellest good tidings. Tellest good tidings. Let's go ahead. Work on phrasing a little bit. It's beautiful. Thou, who tellest, do you have an idea about that? So let's define it. So think of, oh, thou, it could be anybody, it could be like, it could be, it could be your best friend, or it could be, I don't know, so, oh, thou, it's God, oh, thou, or it's the prophet, oh, thou, who tellest good tidings. Actually, this would be worth like a little bit of like, biblical research, because I'm sure that there's a oh thou in the context of the Isaiah scripture, right? But that said, thou is going to be somebody. Oh, thou. It's all about, this one is all about thou. The good tidings are great, but oh thou that tellest, and that becomes your launch pad. And the tidings to Zion, let's make Zion strong week.
Okay.
Zion. So let's just, a couple bars, Stephen, just go for that. But see, it's your grandmother. It's,
that tellest good tidings to Zion.
okay, hey, it's good. Now give us, oh thou. I feel that, oh thou, both times. Just the bar of entrance. Yeah.
Oh thou that tellest good tidings to Zion.
Yeah, good.
Get thee up into the high mountain.
Yes, here's where ironically, because whereas in the previous piece where there was more allegro, you needed to make it more legato to make that work. But I think here, get thee up, get up, get out of bed, get thee up into, and you can use a clone or you could just use get thee up into, just a diaphragmatic, thee up, but get tip of the tongue, the teeth, the lips, get thee up, yeah. So let's take it from before. Let's start oh thou, and then attach that idea. Good.
Oh thou that tellest good tidings to Zion.
We could use good tidings right now in Zion, right? Get thee up.
Get thee up into the high mountain.
Good. Let's go. Good.
Oh thou that tellest good tidings to Zion. Get thee up into the high mountain.
Good. That's excellent. Excellent. I just want to try mountain. Be sure you don't slow the least bit at the ends of the phrases because of the way it's overlapping with the accompaniment. And what vowel are you thinking on mountain? I think it's slightly mixed right now. Go to pure ah.
Okay.
Mountain. And the diphthong comes in at the end, right? Yeah, that's fantastic. So do that. I think it'll give you more room for expression. So how about Stephen pick up to 23, and you'll do get thee up into the high ma. Get to that ah.
Get thee up into the high mountain.
Yes.
Get thee up into the high
Lift up, that raising forth. you know, which was always a happy thought in Baroque music. Sorry, go ahead.
O thou that tellest good tidings to Jerusalem, lift up thy voice with strength, lift it up, be not afraid.
Good. Well, these are just tiny things. These are just tiny things. But when you have Jerusalem, or let's give that a flip, if not a double flip, and see Jerusalem, which we know is a mess right now, right? So you can just tie this right in, and it's like, okay, the angel of mercy is coming down, and it's peace on earth, and you're not going to believe it, and all that, you know, all that horrible business is going to be undone and forgotten, and you're going to be living in joy. That's kind of where this wants to go, right? On one level. So when you have this, I feel like I'm getting lift up thy voice, and can we get lift up thy voice, and then with strength. So you have a 1, 2, 3 punch on that, and going to that downbeat especially, that's the strong word. Lift up. Can we try that? Let's just start with lift up. The bar of it is lift up
thy voice with strength, lift it up, be not afraid.
Let's try a drum thing. Lift. So lift. What if you do lift up, lift up? So I just, the L's got to project the vowel. Lift up. It can be French, it can be lift up. But if we do lift up, it doesn't kind of project. Lift up, lift up. Thy voice. Let the V project the vowel. Just see if we can make it more onomatopoetic. Right there. Same thing. Good. Top.
Lift up
2.
thy voice
3.
with strength.
Go ahead.
Lift it up, be not afraid.
Lift it up, be not afraid. Convince us. Right? So now, same thing with the lift up. That's good. Live with it.
Lift up
Command it.
thy voice
What?
with strength. Lift it up, be not afraid. Say unto
I'm sorry, I made you miss that. That's it. So we're going to go there. I'm going to let you go. Okay, so let's do that. Let's take it from Stephen from bar 39. Just go. Oh, 30. I'm sorry. You're 2 bars before where we were. Yeah, we're going to put this whole thing together. You just go forward. I'm not going to stop you.
O thou that tellest good tidings to Jerusalem,
Go ahead.
lift up thy voice with strength, lift it up, be not afraid. Say unto the cities of Judah, say unto the cities of Judah,
Say what?
behold your God,
Yeah.
behold your God. Say unto the cities of Judah,
Gorgeous.
behold your God, behold your God, behold your God.
That's really convincing. Just apply those ideas forward.
O thou that tellest good tidings to Zion, arise, shine, for thy light is come. Arise,
Sorry, that's a tricky one. Go ahead and give it a roll. Arise. Don't worry so much about the little notes. Just let them go on that little place. Arise. So let's get. I want to get the first arise. Stevie, I'm sorry. Let's go to the first arise. Where's the first? Arise, shine. Yeah, sure. The pickup to 74 would be great.
arise.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we are. One more time. We got it.
Arise, shine, for thy
something to phrase those each separately or individually? Can we just try that? The glory of the Lord. It's
The glory of the Lord is risen,
Take a breath there. Yeah. You just tease them with is risen. What? Is risen. Okay, the glory.
The glory of the Lord is risen upon thee. Is risen upon thee.
Wait. No, I have one idea for glory. Instead of E, again, you take in order, it's capital I.
Okay.
The glory of, it's a glory. Take it that way, just not to over darken it or anything like that. But that was fantastic. That was fantastic. Okay, I'm sorry. Can we just do is risen? Good.
Is risen
Yes, good.
upon thee. Is risen upon thee. The glory of the Lord is risen upon thee.
You know, that was fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Thank you. Wow. Okay, we have until midnight, right? Oh, this is fantastic. All right. Trumpet. Fantastic. This is good. Are we doing the B section or the A, just the A? Okay, the whole thing. Let's do it. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Kenneth. Okay. Did you know this professor? Yeah, once or twice. The trumpet shall sound.
Behold, I tell you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. At the last trumpet. Shall sound, and the dead shall Shall sound, and the dead shall be raised, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible. The trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible. Be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed, and we shall be changed. The trumpet shall sound, the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed, be changed, and we shall be changed, and we shall be changed, we shall be changed, and we shall be changed, and we shall be
So frequently when people are making cuts to Messiah, they cut the B section, which means you don't get to do the A section with that ornamentation. I want to commend you. The ornamentation that you did around the lines, kind of thing, was fantastic. I normally ask people to cut it out because they do it and it actually clumps up the line, but you did that ornamentation so it's audible, and yet those notes were softer than the primary notes. It was so classy. So classy. It's fantastic. So, many things here. I would like to always be sure that when you have the word changed, that you allow the legato to follow through a tiny bit more. We shall be changed, changed, changed. We shall change. Yeah, changed, changed. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Can we just try that? We shall be. How about, can we, that's a mean place to start. How about,
measure 60, 70, 60?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that's probably good. Let's do that. We could actually take it from. There's a bunch of "we shall be changed." Oh yeah, let's take it from. And we shall. Let's see. Let's take the pickup to 102. Be changed. Great. Good.
Be changed, and we shall be changed.
Yes. How does that feel to you? Yeah, that's awesome. That finishes the finish. That's finished. That's, it's finishing. It's really important. That's fantastic. So there was that, and then I thought this was great. I want to work on the rest for sure. At first, I wondered, sing you first. The trumpet shall sound. When you get there, go a little pure ah. And it sounded like it was kind of a mixed vowel, and it's ah. It's really a pure song again. Sound and just see how that feels to you. You may want to modify, maybe not. But Stevens, you just start 26.
The trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised.
Rather, dead shall be raised, dead shall be raised, be raised.
Be raised.
Yes, good. One more time. The trumpet. That's right.
The trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible.
Fantastic.
The trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible.
That's great. That's really, really fun. Really fun. So we've got the changed thing, and that would be consistent wherever. And I loved it when you did the trumpet. Yeah, and you did a really clear flip. Anytime we flip R's after unvoiced consonants, we have to take great care. If you have, like, one of my pet peeves is Freude, in Beethoven 9, it's Freude, r is a projected vowel. Freude, and you did beautifully. The trumpet shall, but the next one, the trump, it didn't quite get voiced. So just be sure that those aspects are always consistent, because once you set them up, that's it. So finish the changed, like you did in trumpet. If you want to use the trumpet, you use the voice flip. I think it's great. Some people might not agree, but I think that's great. I love your incorruptions. And the immortality. This is just great. Let's go to the rest.
Okay.
In a way. Okay. So now, let's do mystery. Behold, speak it for me, and just in your tempo.
Behold, I tell you a mystery.
Okay, let's do, and that 16th there, I think what we want to do is make it sound mysterious. So what if we, first of all, how about we carry through? Behold, I tell you a mystery.
Sure.
So you tell a mysterious tale. Alright, try that. Let's do that first part. Take your time.
Behold, I tell you a mystery.
Try mystery.
Mystery.
That's it. And now, and by the way, when we do the first chord, we've come out of, we've just come out of Christ but be made a double. So we just have this allegro thing going on, which is just way up there. So when we get the chord, wait.
Behold, I tell you a mystery.
Yeah, now you can do, because nobody has to move, the accompaniment,
Yeah.
they're just going to wait for the next downbeat, this time. So you can take almost polka fermata. Mystery, that's a voce there.
Mm-hmm.
Just a tiny bit. Yeah, and don't have to overdarken that behold. I know I was talking about behold. behold. There you go. Yeah. Sure. I want you to wait. So he's gonna. This sound.
Right.
It's like here's another favorite of mine. P A Jesu Domine. It's 1, 2, 3. P A Jesu. So that's in Fourier Requiem. It's a similar thing where it's like the composer wanted us to just chill. So here we don't actually have so much time, but allow that feeling to be in the room before you start. Yeah, go ahead.
Behold, I tell you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment.
Now that's where, so this is it. So you had, behold, I tell you, we shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling. So that's your tempo, and it's up to you to set that.
All right.
We shall all be changed
In a moment.
So it's a release that really defines it. Okay, let's take it for we shall not all sleep.
We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet.
Okay, so we want to do a little bit of the we shall be all. So behold, I tell you a mystery. Like you're not going to believe this stuff. You're not going to believe it, but I did. I saw my grandfather's soul leave his body. I did. It was the craziest thing. But I was there. It was like a long death. And then it stopped. And then the family all went out to tell, call people and let them know. And I stayed in the room. And he worked so hard the whole time that he was all scrunched up. And I'm sitting in this chair. Now maybe, I didn't take any crazy things. I mean, I wasn't on drugs, you know what I mean? But he's over there, and I'm here, and I see this, like, as far as I'm concerned, I saw this swirl of golden flakes go like this, and out the door, and I looked at my arm and I thought, oh my God, I'm not this body. Now, everyone has their own belief system, right? But I'm like, oh man. So I walked over to him, and his face was open and relaxed. And I went back to my job at St. Ignatius where I was, and our receptionist was studying theology. She said, you need to read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, because they believe that the soul leaves the body through the mouth. Well, it worked for me. But this is the thing, so regardless of where we are in that system and what we believe, but I think that's what this is about. I tell you a mystery. You got it? But then I think you do have to ignite a little bit. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. So a little bit of more movement towards change would be great.
Yeah.
You get the ideas.
Behold, I tell you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet.
Good. I just want to do one more thing. Are you good with this?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to do the opening. Behold, he's a mystery. We're going to do this. So we have this. I love your timing there.
Behold, I tell you a mystery.
Wait, I want to go. Mystery.
All right.
It's like you're talking to maybe if this. Like you're talking to a 5-year-old, I'm going to tell you a mystery. You're going to try that.
Behold, I tell
That's it. And now, go ahead, now, actually now, just go ahead. You own this information, so it's not this, it's more like, try to take that. Exactly, okay?
Behold, I tell you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye. At the last trumpet.
Fantastic. Great. Every here's the last trumpet. Yes. So it's a several onomatopoeic.
Trumpet.
Exactly. Fantastic. Wow, you guys, all of you, good things here. And that's right, we're doing rejoice. So yeah, just be sure not to get too behold. And Omar, sorry. Hey Omar, just be sure that the behold that just doesn't come back too dark.
Okay.
Oh, closer to be is good. Yeah. Thanks. Hey.
Nice to
It's
meet you.
nice to meet you too. So we've got to rejoice.
We do.
Fantastic. No better time.
Rejoice, rejoice, rejoice greatly. Rejoice,
Maybe a couple of technical things. Okay, okay. Now there's one ornament I would take out, and that was that. It went.
Which one?
Where was that? It was. Go on. No, that's all good. That's all good. It was. I should have marked
No,
it.
mine was forgotten already.
But it's one where you came from above on the word unto. No, those are all those are all fabulous. Okay, forgive me. I should have done. Okay, fantastic. I have one question about so rejoice. We always wanted for the diphthong to be softer than the main.
Yeah.
You're actually really good. I just wonder if you can buff it out a tiny bit and stay on the rejoice, rejoice, rejoice. I think it'll be stronger. And it's up to you whether you want to flip that rejoice, but rejoice, be sure that you don't, only once we had rejoice, where it probably wouldn't read in an orchestral context, but rejoice. As long as you always have that rejoice, that's an up, down beat bit. But let's take it from maybe Stephen bar 7 and just go ahead and go into rejoice. And just stay with that O vowel, right?
Okay.
Until the last infinitesimal moment.
Rejoice, 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 greatly. Rejoice, O daughter of Zion. O daughter of Zion, rejoice, rejoice, rejoice.
That's the hardest one, but,
So difficult.
but it's okay. But
Is it okay to do it?
feel that you, of course it is, absolutely. So, but allow yourself to be more free with that breath. You know, let's do that passage and just know you can take the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that it does for you the replenishment that you want. Even though it's really fast, just don't let it feel like it's that, you know? Let's just take it. How about O daughter of Zion, 16?
O daughter of Zion, rejoice, rejoice, rejoice. O daughter of Zion, rejoice greatly. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem.
But that's one of those of Jerusalem. You sure? Yeah? Instead of having to hold it out, you can hold it out, but just distress it. So that's fine. But let's go. Actually, let's do bar 25.
O daughter of Zion, rejoice greatly. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem.
Now
That's the other
split the
voice.
difference. But you know what to do. Let's go on. You know what to do. Split that difference.
absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think of that of the sound? Right? It's amazing. And do you like the rejoice? You guys hear it more clearly, don't you? You know. So some people say, "Oh, it sounds affected." Now you have to decide with them. I think it would have been pretty common in Handel's time. Maybe not so much among his theater singers. Do you know? But anything that really places things nice and firmly like that. Super elegant, elegant. Either way, you can do it either way, and it sounds effective. So you know what to do. Let's go. Where are we? This is all good. Behold, thy king cometh unto thee. And can we go into the B section? So maybe Stephen 42. In that, and you're doing gorgeously, which, and dramatically, it's great. Is, but the strings will, if you do, he is, you know? Try that.
Okay.
Just really good. That's good. See, now the strings can play with you, no problemo. You can even have a tiny bit. He is the. It can be just a tiny bit more pronounced. You know, some would say he is, but I don't think you need to do that.
Sure.
I think it's just really acknowledging that they're coming off a rest with you and playing with you.
I see.
So let's do it one more time.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
We'll go on. That's great. Yes, and then be careful not to overhold that final. Let's go on. Let's go on. Go ahead. Unvoiced consonants. I don't want to wreck a beautiful thing. Let's try that bar 48.
And he shall speak peace unto the heathen.
And this is well, now that time you had actually a voiced, a slightly voiced. Try to do it without the that. See what you think. Okay. Speak peace. It makes it makes an elision. And that hopefully the elision of the k to the p will actually enhance the p. Speak peace.
Okay.
Try that.
And he shall speak peace unto the
Good. And then you just let it speak peace. Just let it flow right through. Yep, yep. Thank you.
And he shall speak peace unto the heathen.
I liked that a lot. Did you like that? That was gorgeous. And it actually, even though it was on voice, right? The line was fantastic. Okay, so let's go there and continue on.
And he shall speak peace unto the heathen. He shall speak peace.
Can you do it there also?
Oh,
That's right.
yes.
Try it. Try it. Try it.
Force of habit.
He shall speak peace. He shall speak peace. Peace. He shall speak peace unto the heathen.
Absolutely good.
Is the righteous Savior, and he shall speak peace. He shall speak peace unto the heathen.
Fantastic. I would take the shadow vowel off of that.
Okay. I see. Yeah.
You know, so it's, you know, because it's just so beautiful, it becomes an interruption of this gorgeous thing. Sorry, heathen. Whenever you do it, just no shadow vowel.
Sure.
Now, here's what I noticed at this. This is the first thing I had in mind. You're singing here right now. We are really so focused, and we're here. and there's a quietness, but it's wonderful. Can you be here from the beginning? I felt that you were like at the beginning. I felt like at the top of it you were afraid of sell. It's like I better like sell this rejoice thing. But if you dance around it too much and end up a little here, that compromises some things. So have that joy and let it be right there, but don't let it kind of pull you out of your center from the top. So the one thing is that Matthias Alexander of Alexander Technique realized he lost his voice, and he realized after a while it was because of this. So just know that you sometimes kind of it's like chin up here, and I think that here. So the idea is that the spine goes up. It's a ball joint inside your skull. And the skull goes just like this, and so, but if we tip it back, it compromises that track, you know? Yes. So, only once in a while. So just, excellent. This is really, really fabulous. So I was going to say, and one thing, Omar, I was going to say that you did an ornament that was an ED, on your return. Make it longer on the appoggiatura. Do you know what I'm talking about? Did you do that one? We can look at that afterwards. I think there's one I just wanted, it needs to read, so we need to do a little bit longer. I want to remember that. And this is fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Professor Ryan, thank you. Opportunities for studying Alexander Technique. Does everybody, do you guys know what it is? Yes. Oh yeah, it's a body study somewhat. There are many different body studies that can work. I just want to tell you that if you feel that you have if you have a problem in life with your body, Alexander is very possibly, if you have back issues, whatever. I happen to have one. It happens to have saved my life. So I don't think we really have time for that story, but I just want to demonstrate one thing, which I think can be really helpful. So you guys have to hold scores a lot. And you can either hold them from the lower back, or you can hold your score. Do you know what I mean? Do you know the feeling? And like the best demo I can think of is I can go to move this lid, or I can come here and just, from the lower back, do that. And didn't compromise any of this. So that is something that Alexander Technique is about, and I just recommend it to anybody. So thank you so very much, Gwen. Thank you. Live well and prosper. Thank you, singers. You were all fantastic. And Chris, too. Thanks, too. Thank you. No, he gave me cookies. I can have a Thank you. lay on the floor.
Steve, you need to be in there too.
Oh, Stevie, no, wait, Steven, you need to be
Let's
here.
just do this one first.
Okay.
Oh my God.
All right.
Steven, you better.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Whoops. Get everyone in.
No, yeah. I got one with them. Got one with everybody. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Robbie, too.
what a fun day. Thank you, guys. You know, you can reach me anytime, like I said, at, kentribe.com, info at, blah, 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 I'm at St. John's Vine.
Of course,
You want
St.
to come
John's
to-
Vine.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can find him there.
Oh my gosh.
Peacocks.
We just did an acapella concert last night. It was all about surround sound. And they were all over. It was above, below, behind, opposite ends.
And we did
Music
that.
place.
Tablets,
Thank you.
Yeah, we did.
a massive DeVale.
Oh, of the temple. That was unbelievable. John Chapman wrote this piece that was, yeah, it was everything. It's surround sound. Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
We did that at Lincoln Center in the old William Fisher Hall. And it started at 10 p.m. and finished at 5:30 in the morning. 5 in the morning, and everybody went out onto the plaza and had breakfast.
That's great.
It was like a really
That's great.
cool
They
once
had
in a lifetime.
cushions for people to sit on.
People they took out half the seats and put in this like black velvet, as it were, flooring, so people could just like go to sleep, do whatever. Yeah, it was really great.
Sorry, Maestro, I have one more question.
Yes, please.
Handle period works, or I can still pull it out.
So up here,
No,
No,
on
the-
the period handles works, all the R's should have a little click.
well, I think it can if it works for you. So let's review Julian and I like refiners, like refiners, forward, but it has to be fast. Refiners, you know.
Yes.
So I think that works. I think if that works, but you have to see if that works in your voice. Some people it doesn't, but refiners,
Okay,
Is
so
that-
if not working, I can take a flip bar out.
Well, you could. Refiners, but it's stronger. It's, refiners, and now the way that we used to do this was if that doesn't work, refiners, you do it like E, and then turn that into refiner.
How about let's go right,
Oh, son of him?
beautiful sentence.
The bright seraphim. It's like a sparkle a little bit. In burning row. Burning row, you might. Or I've heard you on the flip tar business.
That's the one that just did.
Yeah.
So if you're going to do, so now Q is changed.
Flip
That's
bar,
that's
then we can
what
do-
you are changed.
Subtle.
Start a.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what I meant.
And I got a calculation of the size of the ball.
Good.
Yep.
So
The
he,
size of the stage.
and now,
And if
now.
I'm in Carolina, which is one of
That
the balls get together.
Yep.
Which also,
Yep.
get up there.
Maybe I would do so.
So flip it right and also
All the way up.
Next, the bright side.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing wrong with that.
Next, the bright side.
Yeah. It just should be in your toolkit so that you have it, And so, I think this is helpful. Because otherwise it can be too gluey. And then, to remind everyone of one thing, just not to overhold.
Change.
Keep clean, not to overhold, And what beautiful singing. Thank you. It's impressive. You are a soprano.
I haven't sung today.
When you did that.
You didn't sing.
I will sing for you in future.
You're singing in the future with Seraphim.
Yeah.
Yes, you're soprano. Oh my God. Look,
And then to.
yes. We talked before, and then Hisu went there. I'm sorry. There we go. Yes.
Was that some
Thank you.
Got it. But great Seraphim. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
That's the cherubic.
Let's the cherubic.
Cherubic.
Let's the cherubic.
I sing with them. Cherubic.
So which
Let's
is
the
T.
cherubic.
That's the cherubic. Yes. And then that is projecting to the next vowel nicely. Fantastic. I'm sorry we didn't have time for break surfing today.
No, I think we will have time in future.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
And you are all over the place. It's unbelievable.
Oh.
Like 75 people all at once. And the warmth and the enthusiasm and the heart and the leadership and the caring
Yeah.
is all there. I was wondering,
We're lucky to
Steve and I
do what we
were
do.
talking about it. Were you playing when a death-off, when Amy was conducting death-off and I was singing the chant?
I was not playing, but I know that I heard you. Did you do things with Dick Westerberg?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, of course you did. So I remember that, you know, and it may have been that, yeah. And I was there when I did go to some of Amy's concerts. I don't know if I went to that one. I'm trying to remember when I went to it, and why.
This was at Tully Hall, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I missed that. But,
On Monday, it's
all right,
So,
I'm ready to go find my car. Thank you, this was really
Yes, thank you so
amazing.
much.
Oh, you guys are
Thank
Well,
amazing.
hope to see you much more.
Yes.
Well, it would be my great pleasure. I just think it's really, really wonderful.
Special energy.
So much diversity.
Oh my God, you're 35. You're 35,
Yeah, people
right?
would think about
Well, you guys.
always.
Congratulations that you've actually like 20 years. It becomes something
Move the stands.
amazing.
I'll move the stands.
It does.
And you can't really describe it.
Once you
But
get
it's
there.
still strong and wonderful.
It is,
It's something different.
You're so right.
I go ahead and do you need help? I have to move this back, and then those and this stand has to
So
go back
do you need me to help you to move it together?
maybe you can help with factor.
Let's see if you may need to stand.
Yeah, you can help with
Okay.
the stand.
Let's see if they're here.
In the I put it in against the window.
And where?
No, I put it in against the window.
Oh, the stand? The music stand, right? That's right, we just need to take two each.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, here they are.
This is where I got it, yeah. Yeah, here, I'll get it.
Oh, we go.
And do you have the actual pumpkin?
Do you have two? Yeah. Yeah, I have two. We'll take them. Okay.
How many more do you need to bring?
No, we're good.
Okay.
My thing is in the audience.
Okay, we'll wait for you. Lori, you have the key for the piano, right? Okay, it needs to be locked. Okay, thanks.
Hey. Oh, are they there?
Yeah, that was great.
Oh, thank you for having me. Well, I really
That was
appreciate
so
this.
fun.
It was really fun. Well, you set the stage for it being fun. And I'm so happy with that.
Yeah.
So happy